All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to 2024. May it be better than 2023. Today are a couple of housekeeping things. First, for anybody that didn't notice it, there's an updated copy of the retirement system laws in the office. Feel free to get one if if you want a hard copy. It's besides being able to annotate it, it's got some of the amendments and the cross references that might be useful. It is handy, and everybody has a stack of bills. This should be all of them, and we hope you will keep these and not need to get extra copies all the time. People who bring in amendments will have to bring their own copies. All right, and Representative Brown is with us for the first time today. He is replacing Representative Hebert, and we're glad to have you.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Oh, good. There's been some tweaks on the subcommittees, so there's a revised list posted in the office. Find out what subcommittee you're on. And so today we have an audit of mental health licensing, and Ms. Young.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Young, Director of Audits for the LBA. And very briefly, I've been with the LBA office for almost 29 years on the financial audit side of the office, but I am new to the director position and new to the performance audit process, although I am learning a lot. I replaced Steve Smith, who retired this past summer. We're here to present the performance audit report for the mental health workforce licensing. Vile Skids, senior manager with our office, was the in-charge manager on this audit. She will present the report. But before I turn it over to Vile for the presentation, I would like to again thank the OPLC and the boards that we worked with who oversee mental health professionals in the state for their cooperation and assistance during the audit. There was a lot of effort and coordination on this audit on their part, so I wanted to recognize them this morning. And with that, I will turn it over to Vile for the presentation of the report.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Vile Skids, and this morning I'll be presenting the audit report of the mental health licensing, mental health workforce licensing audit. The purpose of our audit was to determine whether there were significant barriers to entry into the mental health professions imposed by state licensing boards during state fiscal year 2022. Our audit reviewed initial licensing requirements for 15 mental health professions overseen by the boards of mental health practice, psychologists, licensing for alcohol and and other drug use professionals, medicine, and nursing. We also reviewed OPLC processes to determine their impact on initial licensing. Our executive summary starts on page 1. For most mental health professions, we found New Hampshire's education, pre-license practice, supervision, and examination requirements generally aligned with those established by each profession's national organization. And for most professions, we found New Hampshire's requirements were in the middle or slightly lower when compared to other states that we reviewed. While we found statutes and rules did not impose substantial licensing barriers, some boards' procedures may have unnecessarily prolonged the application process and impeded streamlining. For example, some boards required case-by-case review of every application at a monthly board meeting, regardless of the licensing risk posed, which prolonged the time it took to get a license. And reviewing all criminal convictions, regardless of how long ago they occurred or whether they were substantially or directly related to the profession, also hindered faster processing. Additionally, mechanisms implemented by some boards to expedite licensing for individuals already practicing in another state did not appear to save time or reduce documentation requirements. Laws passed at the end of the 2023 legislative session transferred some of these responsibilities over to the OPLC, and it could facilitate more streamlined approach. However, some rules still need to be developed to implement these laws. As shown in our recommendation summary, starting on page 3, our report contains 12 observations with recommendations. All 5 boards in OPLC concurred with all 12 observations, and 6 observations may require legislative attention. As I go through the report, I'll pause after each observation or set of observations to see if the committee has any questions. Our background starts on page 11, where we describe the types of mental health professions licensed or certified in the state. Our table on page 14 shows the number of mental health professionals licensed or certified at the end of state fiscal year 2022. So our first chapter on license portability starts on page 15. Portability is generally defined as the ability for individuals who are determined qualified to practice in one state to transfer their qualifications to another state. Nationally, states have been reviewing their processes to facilitate portability and address workforce issues. Our first observation, starting on page 17, addresses the need to improve portability in New Hampshire. During the audit period, state laws required boards to facilitate license portability by identifying the states that have equal or substantially equivalent licensing requirements. It also required boards to publish a list of states with which New Hampshire had reciprocity agreements or had entered into multi-state compacts. None of the boards had a process to identify the states that may have equal or substantially equivalent licensing requirements, and no boards had entered into reciprocity agreements. During our audit, we reviewed basic licensing requirements for 15 states and compared them to New Hampshire's. As shown in the figures on pages 19 through 23, we found New Hampshire's requirements for many of the licenses we reviewed were generally comparable to other states for scope of practice, education, pre-license practice, supervision hours, and examination requirements. Additional information on each of these licenses and other license types that were a little harder to compare are found in Appendix D at the end of the report. We also found most boards required applicants applying through endorsement, a process that should have facilitated reduced documentation and processing time to follow the same process as someone seeking a license for the first time. Laws that became effective at the end of August 2023 placed the responsibility of determining what is considered substantially equivalent under the purview of the OPLC Executive Director. Interim rules defining substantial equivalence have been developed for most of the professions, effective October 2023. I'll pause here for any questions on observation number 1.
Earlier in the presentation, you said that some of the responsibility of the licensing had been transferred to OPLC. How much time do you think it would take for that kind of change of procedure to know whether or not it's been effective?
That's hard to answer. Basically, the laws became effective at the end of the last session. So I would imagine that they would still need to develop some interim rules, which they have some interim rules now. They would have to go through a process to get those rules made into regular rules. And then there's going to be a process where it's going to be a little bumpy at first for OPLC to implement
Yes.
some of these procedures.
The outline of the reciprocity rule has been approved, but not all professions are covered.
So it's hard to answer that question, I think.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Observation number 2, starting on page 27, addresses expedited licensure. State laws required boards to identify the states with which they have established criteria for licensure by endorsement. Endorsement is an expedited process where states consider the qualifications of an applicant who already holds a license in another state to determine whether those qualifications can be considered substantially equivalent to their own. Board processes intended to expedite licensing for individuals already practicing in another state did not significantly reduce the amount of time for them to obtain a license. For some professions, applicants were still required to provide most of the same documents as someone who had never been licensed before, and most boards still required these applicants to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. Any questions on observation 2 for expedited licensure?
Just that I'm very disappointed that that is the case.
Right.
Representative Lakis.
I just need to get back to the beginning, but was that one that were you suggesting any legislative changes or?
I have not gotten to any of the observations that require legislative changes yet.
Okay, I guess the question then is what would need to change there to fix that problem? And, would the legislature need to be involved at all in that?
Are you referring to observations number 1
Two.
and 2? So the process, the state laws already require most boards to have an expedited process. It's how they implement those expedited processes that seem to be a hindrance to faster processing time. So as I said, there are some documentation requirements that boards require, documents that boards require that may not necessarily need to be re-verified if the person's already been licensed and verified in another state. For example, education requirements. For social work is social workers are one of the professions that's very well standardized throughout the whole country. So the requirements there are a master's degree. If another state has already verified that I have a master's degree in social work, does New Hampshire need to re-verify that? So we're asking them to look
I
at
understand
those.
and agree. Follow up, sorry.
Follow up, please.
So what I'm trying to get at is the board apparently in this regard isn't doing what they're supposed to do. And the question is, what can be done to get them to do it? If you're not recommending legislation, do you have some reason to believe this might improve? And if
So some of the legislation has already been made that could help address this particular issue. As I said in observation number 1, some of these processes have been transferred to OPLC, and licensing is one of them. So the ability to approve or deny a license has been transferred to OPLC. So as far as the expedited process, it would be up to OPLC to streamline those expedited processes to make it easier and to make it a little bit less documentation requirements.
okay, thank you. That answers it.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Representative Beretta.
You touched a little bit about this. Are there any federal reciprocity regulations that could apply that could help us, especially in the medical field?
I'm not well versed in any of the federal reciprocity requirements. I would need to do a lot more research on that.
That's okay. Thank you.
So observation number 3, which may require legislative action, starts on page 32 and addresses temporary licensure. Board laws allowing individuals already licensed in another state to practice temporarily while their application was pending in New Hampshire were not aligned with more recent overarching state law. The process also appeared to be underutilized during the audit period. Overarching state laws passed in 2020 established specific criteria for obtaining a temporary license. However, some boards' laws and rules imposed other requirements. Additionally, while overarching state laws allowed temporary licenses to be valid for up to 120 days, timeframes in boards' laws and rules allowed them to be valid from between 30 days and 180 days. Finally, while OPLC rules and boards' laws required individuals hold a license in a state with substantially equivalent licensing requirements before being issued a temporary license, overarching state law did not. This conflict may require legislative clarification. Are there any questions on that one before we proceed?
Mhm.
Observation 4, which may also require legislative action, starts on page 36 and addresses applications from military members and their spouses. State law required boards to develop processes to facilitate portability for members of the military and military spouses who already held a license in another state. However, no boards have developed these processes. State law and rules also required the OPLC to issue a temporary license to military affiliated applicants who already held an active license in another state. It could allow them to practice temporarily for up to 1 year. However, overarching state law addressing temporary licensure in general and the more specific law addressing temporary licensure for military affiliated applicants conflicted about whether the applicant had to hold a license in a state with similar licensing requirements before obtaining a temporary license. This conflict may require legislative attention.
So what I get from that finding is that we have multiple laws addressing the same issues and they don't always agree with each other.
That's correct.
I was afraid of that. Thank you.
I think there are some other areas too where there are some conflicts, and I'll go through those as well.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right.
Our next chapter on initial licensing, initial application processing starts on page 41. Observations 5 and 6, starting on page 41, address timeliness of application processing. Observation 5 may require legislative action. State laws required boards to complete certain aspects of the application process within specified time limits. However, we found time limits in 3 boards' rules during the audit period did not align with corresponding state laws. By the end of the audit, 2 of the 3 boards had filed rules to align their time limits with corresponding laws. We also found 1 board was statutorily allowed half the time of other boards to process applications, and we questioned the efficiency of tracking different time limits for similar processes. While we found boards met processing timelines established in statute most of the time, they could not actually monitor whether they were meeting them because the licensing system did not collect dates associated with key activities that would have been necessary to monitor compliance. Nor was there a process to manually collect these dates to ensure that they were timely. Any questions?
Representative Grover
Thank
and then
you.
Marcus.
So at this time, when this audit was being conducted, was the applications for licensing still being done by paper?
Yes.
Follow-up?
Follow up.
So there is supposedly a new portal system now that's going to be implemented by OPLC, more like a general administration function. And that I would think might be, when you say it needs further legislation, we've already passed that legislation, right? So that's my question earlier. Do we wait like a couple of years before we see how effective this is, or do we wait 3 years? You know, I mean, I know we're not going to have an answer in 6 months or a year, right?
That's correct. So at the end of the audit, the OPLC was discussing transitioning to a new licensing portal. And from their discussion, there would be those a portal where somebody could log in, enter all their information, and it would be filling out their application online rather than printing it out and handing it in via mail. I'm not exactly sure how far along that process is at this point. I know that at the end of the audit, they were still discussing it.
Follow up.
Thank you. Because I think one of the delays in the licensing, and maybe you can confirm that, the licensing application is that an applicant will send in their information, but it's not completed, which forces OPLC to send it back. And then, you know, this back and forth in the mail thing happens. And that is an issue for both parties,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. Yeah. So when we were going through the audit, that is the process that was explained to us, and that we could see also through the files that we were reviewing. So somebody could send in an application. It could, let's say they were missing certain pieces. OPLC had 30 days to identify what was missing and then tell the applicant that they were missing these documents. And then at that point, OPLC and the boards were waiting on the applicant to submit that information back. So there are inefficiencies in that respect. From my understanding, the licensing system that they were going to transition to would kind of eliminate that, or at least reduce it, where an application would not be submitted to OPLC until all of the pieces were complete. So that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, good, yes. And there's also the issue that even if the applicant's done everything necessary, the criminal background check might not be ready.
That's correct. And that's usually one of the last pieces that the OPLC and the boards are waiting for, because they're waiting on state police at that point. So.
Okay. Not a new problem.
Observations 7 and 8, both of which may require legislative action, start on page 51 and address developing or expanding a tiered approach to approving license applications. A tiered approach, including approvals at levels below the full board, could have reduced approval time for some applications presenting low licensing risk, allowing these applicants to practice sooner. 2 boards required all applications be reviewed at a monthly board meeting, even those that posed lower risk. 1 board allowed OPLC staff to approve some applications and issue licenses. However, other types of lower risk applications could have potentially been approved without full board review, reducing that time further. In July 2023, the OPLC became responsible for approving or denying license applications, facilitating this tiered approach. Board's laws may need to be reviewed to remove some negated language, given the OPLC's authority over this process. Any questions?
Representative Blackus?
This one actually goes back to the prior two, just a clarification. So do you know, I mean, you recommend a possible legislative action. Do you know, or at least have a feeling as to whether the legislation that took place last year would meet that? Or do you have specific additional legislative action you believe would be needed? And I suppose that could apply to this one as well.
Yes, so in this observation in particular, 7 and 8, we do recognize that licensing authority, the authority to approve or deny applications, which the boards held before, has now been transferred to OPLC. So it should address some of the expedited license process that you asked me about earlier.
Yep.
So the OPLC is now responsible for that. So they'll craft a process around that to hopefully make it faster. For this one, legislation has already been implemented, has already passed to transfer that authority to OPLC. So as far as we're concerned, that piece addresses the core of our observation. The rest of the legislative changes that need to be made in this observation go back to what Representative McGuire was asking, cleanup of the language where there is still conflicting language on who has the authority. So that's where we're recommending additional changes to legislation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Observation 9, starting on page 61, addresses board practices for reviewing applicants' criminal convictions. State law allowed boards to disqualify applicants for convictions that have a substantial or direct relationship to their profession, and if disqualifying the applicant protected public safety. However, boards did not identify which convictions were substantially or directly related to their profession, and 3 boards required applicants disclose criminal charges, even if they did not result in a conviction. Laws also allowed boards to consider the time passed since the conviction, but none of the board's laws or rules considered this, and applicants were required to disclose all convictions regardless of how long ago they occurred. State laws also allowed anyone to petition a board to determine whether their criminal record would disqualify them from a license or certification. It also required the OPLC to track and annually report information on these petitions. However, the process was not outlined in any of the board's websites or OPLC's websites, and OPLC did not provide any annual reporting on these petitions. Any questions on observation number 9?
Actually, this might be a question you could help with, and that is on the decisions on which possible criminal background issues might disqualify or not. That's still with the boards, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
But is the process going to be administered and managed by OPLC, which might help with some of this?
I would certainly hope so. But is there some, yes, we have somebody here from the OPLC if you'd care to,
No. The microphone?
Yes.
Bethany Cottrell, Division Director at OPLC. We are currently working with our national regulatory agency, CLEAR, who is going to help us work with each of the boards to set those rules and requirements to go through the process. So that way they can outline what falls under 332G, how that affects those license types. And then we will have a process in-house for the appropriate hearings, so that way it will streamline that process as well.
All right, thank you.
Are you working on getting the pre-clearance involved? Because that was something we put into law just recently.
I didn't hear the first part of that, Representative McGuire, I'm sorry.
The requirement that somebody can petition a board to say, this is my criminal record, would it disqualify me?
So, yes, so they can do a declaratory ruling or a waiver for that request, but the goal is our goal in the office and some other states, Texas is one, is to be able to have all of this outlined, so that way it's on the website prior to them even applying, to say, these are the types of charges that would disqualify you, but here's how you could request a waiver or still apply.
Okay, well, so you're working on it.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Observations 10 and 11 start on page 68 and address the need to develop rules for some licensing processes used by the boards, as well as ensuring those requirements are clearly and consistently applied. We found rules were not developed for obtaining a license as a licensed social worker, licensed social work associate, school social worker, or school psychologist. Additionally, some processes used by the boards were not outlined in their rules, while some processes were unclear and inconsistently applied in applications. Are there any questions on that one?
Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
thank you. Could you repeat that for me, please? It was short, but I missed part of the beginning.
Sure.
They did not have processes, is that what you said?
So they didn't have requirements outlined in rules for certain license types. So a licensed social worker, there were no rules during the audit period for that. Licensed social work associate, school social worker, and school psychologist, there were no rules on that at all. We also found that some processes that were used by the boards weren't outlined in their rules. So it was a process that was imposed on people outside of the agency that just was not outlined anywhere. And then some of the processes that they used were inconsistently applied. So finally, observation 12, which may require legislative action, starts on page 75 and addresses exam requirements that may be too restrictive, that they delay licensing or hinder portability for applicants already licensed in another state. During the audit period, 2 boards required applicants submit a written case study or answer essay questions. The process requires case-by-case analysis of each application, which hinders streamlining and potentially results in inefficiencies. Finally, state laws allowed boards to define the exam requirements for most professions. However, state laws regarding exams for licensed clinical mental health counselors and marriage and family therapists were more prescriptive, naming the specific exam or examination body in statute. This would prevent a licensed clinical mental health counselor already practicing in another state from being licensed in New Hampshire if they passed a different exam. The prescriptive language could also create a similar restriction for marriage and family therapists. Any questions on that one?
Representative Blackus and then Grota.
Thank you. So as I recall, there were some changes in statute last year around, I forget the exact language, but subjective or the essay questions. And if I recall correctly, those actually aren't permitted anymore. There's somebody, I'm getting a head shake from a lady from OPLC.
The response to that finding was the Board of Psychologists said they agree with the recommendation and they've removed written essays from its requirements.
Excellent, thank you.
And the LADAC board has also developed their rules to eliminate their written case study requirement as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's so nice to hear. They've eliminated what was a major obstacle for a lot of people. Okay.
This concludes my presentation. If you have other questions, we'd be happy to answer them. And Bethany Cottrell is also here from OPLC to answer.
So I have a question. You said that there's no requirement for licensing social workers?
There were no rules in place. So there were laws established certain requirements, but the boards were also required to develop rules surrounding those requirements and spelling them out a little bit more. And as far as the end of the audit, they had not developed those rules. Bethany may be able to give us a little bit more insight.
Please.
The boards had been given this as a priority, and so those rules have been drafted and are going to GELCAR this month. So we are currently working on that.
Excellent. All right. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back, I think to number 4, if I understood what you said correctly, paraphrasing what you said, that a number of boards haven't followed through on the law that requires them to adopt rules. And I'm not sure if you're talking about 332, RSA 332 G7. Working on this in another vein, which is the only reason I happen to have this piece of paper, but do you have a feel, you may not, if the legislature put a timeline on that, if that would help that process? So under there, it says every board of commissioners shall adopt rules, but there is no timeline on it.
So as far as I recall, the law requiring a process for to develop a process for military applicants has been in place since 2014. We finished our field work in, Andrea, remind me, summer of 2023. So 11 years since the law was implemented, and none of the boards had implemented these rules yet. So in 2022, there was additional legislative changes to RSA 31016 that required the OPLC to be responsible for issuing those licenses for up to temporary licenses for military affiliated applications. So I think maybe the OPLC could speak to how they're doing that process.
Good morning, Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, OPLC. Yeah, we do have rules in place that are required by RSA Chapter 310. I don't think that putting a time limit is going to solve the problem. I think the problem is multifaceted. I think it's a historic lack of internal controls, which multiple performance audits have shown. I think it historically has been a resource problem, which we are resolving and plan to contract out some of this work. I think part of it is really just not a desire to engage in that analysis. You know, a few professions, there's always that issue as well. So I don't think it's a quick fix. As you may recall, we had the same language in 332G and 594, you know, essentially gave that authority to the office, but it was the same problem. You know, language had existed for years and really the rules had not been drafted. But I'm very confident that as we move forward, we establish internal controls, we get additional rulemaking assistance, we've standardized the procedures. I'm very confident in the next year or two that we will have rules in place. This is a high priority and we are working with DMAV to get this done.
Representative Lekis.
Thank you.
Yeah, and actually this might be for OPLC, and that is, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it, but the audit, but do you feel that the changes that were made in statute last year and the process to have rules and put that all in place, do you think that will address most, all, or whatever of the issues raised here?
Certainly. I think that the legislative changes and the rules and the processes implementing those changes will address most of the issues that were identified in the audit. A lot of the challenges identified or the issues identified concerned endorsement. We are resolving that with 594 and we have some interim rules in effect. I think that covers all of these license types. We had filed our fiscal impact statement, so we're moving forward with permanent rulemaking. We're migrating to a new solution, thankfully, very soon, which there are a lot of issues identified regarding the technological pieces, which are outside of the OPLC's control, outside of the board's control, that the state really needs to see some improvements. And so, yes, we certainly, I think, have or will resolve shortly most of the issues as a result of the legislative changes.
Follow up?
Follow up.
What are these technological issues you're referring to?
Yeah, so this audit and other audits discuss our licensing solution, which is My License Online, which is a statewide enterprise solution procured by the Department of Information Technology. It is an old system. It does not meet our needs. There are some data integrity issues. It has not been managed well, has not been resourced well. It's really the last piece of the puzzle to bringing New Hampshire's licensing into this century, in my opinion. But we're working with partnering with DOIT, and we're getting it done.
Okay, one more follow-up.
Follow up.
And that if you could, if there are any of the legislative change requests in here that you think are not going to be covered by the existing changes, rules, and process, if you could please let us know what those are.
Certainly, absolutely, Representative.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Representative Broda.
If I may, I have two comments, and one of them is to so this afternoon we're having a discussion about rulemaking, the rulemaking committee. So I would love to be kept informed as to how these rules are going to be implemented, so the committee itself can walk through it. I think it would be a good example for everybody to learn. Second of all, I'm hopeful that after we've all digested this, we get a chance to sit down with you in a meeting and just go over these things so that we all are on the same page when we leave the room. That would be helpful, I think.
Certainly, we'd welcome that opportunity and happy to host.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, issues? You guys are being very efficient this year. I'm forced to say that we're going to have to take a long lunch, so. Yeah, and the subcommittee on rulemaking, which is focused on the OPLC rules, will be meeting this afternoon. Everyone is welcome to attend. And tomorrow we have a full day of 7 early bills related to the pension system. So rest up. And thank you to the auditors and the OPLC for helping us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
All right, it's 1 o'clock. You guys ready to go? No, just us. Hi.
So what I've asked Representative Schuett to do is actually, because people in the committee who are in the Rules Committee that Representative Schuett is on, they're getting that confused with our subcommittee, which is on rulemaking. So could we ask Representative Schuett to define them so that everyone knows what we're supposed to be doing?
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Good luck, Diane.
Thanks for that. Well, my understanding is the subcommittee of EDNA dealing with rules is basically to work on bills that are presented to the committee that have to do with rules. And they will be heard, and then the chair will assign them to our subcommittee if it's felt further investigation is necessary. This committee, from my understanding, is looking at rulemaking in general, because obviously this committee is heavily involved with that, and many of our members serve on JALCAR. So that's the best I can do off the top of my head.
Yeah,
Representative Lekas?
so, just so I understand, which I don't think I do. So the committee that handles rules, is it a matter, I mean, if we have a bill that gives 541A rulemaking authority to some, to OPLC or whatever, then that committee looks at the rules that will probably, or we want to have generated from that statute, or?
No. The Diane's subcommittee
Yes.
looks at bills that address rules.
It's true.
There are some bills that say
Oh.
per rulemaking, for example, and her subcommittee would look at that to make sure that that the bill is clear enough or doesn't need any
So
amendments.
is that a bill that would change 541A?
No.
Okay, I'm missing it, okay.
Okay, so let's say we have a bill that says, let's just use the example of last year where we had the hairdressing bill.
Okay.
And it said that the Board of Cosmetology would issue licenses based on rulemaking, on their rulemaking.
Okay.
We have nothing to do with those rules, but her subcommittee would look at that bill to see if it was if it applied, if it was referring to the right statute, or it would look at the vehicle, the bill itself. Whereas this committee, which is Diane, me, Shane, and Matt,
Yep.
looks at specific rulemaking that has to do with bills that are under the auspices of this committee.
Okay.
Each committee has a rule-making group that is looking at the rules that apply to bills underneath their, so that they understand that the rules that are written do not conflict with the legislative intent of the rule.
Just so you're
I just want to
aware,
make sure. You follow me so far?
I have a follow-up question if I could.
this may
Okay.
hopefully answer
Yeah,
your
yeah.
question. The speaker has said, the speaker was anxious to get more members of the legislature involved with the administrative rules that are being made. And he has requested each policy committee to have a group like this to look at rules that are involved with the policy they are enacting.
Okay.
And that's our,
That I get.
okay.
The question I had is on the first one, so you're looking at a bill that gives or changes some rulemaking authority to an agency. So it might be things like, this is my question, is this correct? So it might look at it and say, does the statute provide proper guidance to the rulemaking process that we're asking to take place? Something like that. Is that? Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so one of the things that, well, this was a couple of terms ago, but I think everybody on the committee was already there. Maybe you weren't, Matt. But this was going to be a bill that was going to change JALCAR fundamentally, okay, fundamentally. I'm just saying, but one of the things that was part of that bill was the idea that every bill that involved a profession, for example, was going to, after Gelcar weighed in on it and approved rules, that rule was then going to come back to the policy committee for approval as well. Now that doesn't really work, and I think it's unconstitutional, but this may have something along that line.
I think it provided for the opportunity for the committee to get involved, but yeah.
The intent of this subcommittee, which is on every single policy committee, is to prevent that before the rules are presented to Gelcar, if there is a concern or objection raised by the policy committee, it will be done earlier in the rule-making process, as opposed to, so let's just take, for example, how Matt and I, Diane and Shane envision this. Every week we get from Danielle Rathberg a registry of rules that are under process. We look at that, the four of us look at that registry and we say, aha, here is a rule that applies to, I'm going to make something up, the building codes or OPLC or the New Hampshire retirement system. They're under our purview, right? As a policy committee, we will discuss this with the members of the committee to make sure that the rules process is in agreement with the legislative intent of the law that we passed in the House that went through this committee.
That is possibly a good idea. One of the problems it was going to have is how is that going to work in the months when the policy committee ain't meeting? Because Gelcar meets every month, at least once and twice if necessary, and those rules are considered, and the Gelcar cannot pocket veto something. We have a deadline requirement for acting on a rule, and how is that going to work in a September or October, November when our committee is not meeting?
Well, I will. First of all, Peter, I'm glad that you're asking that question because you have a sense of optimism, which I must tell you, I am very, I know what's involved here, and I wish I was as optimistic as you that we could get this thing going.
I'm not optimistic. I'm just telling you the
But it's a
problem I
very
have
good-
right off the bat.
Right. Well, we'll ask that question and we will get back to you.
I think the intent is that we would also be meeting through the summer months. I think that's the intent. I'm not sure that will manifest itself as often as they would like for it to happen, but that is. So we, like Representative Grota was saying, we'll review the register week in and week out. We've kind of talked about the idea of splitting it up week by week so that each of us will take a week in turn so that we're not on it all of the time. And at least 3 of the 4 of us have you guys more than me, but have experience dealing with it. And then Shane has a lot more obligations outside, so maybe we can help him a little bit more with his share of it. But we'll take a look at the rules that are coming up, maybe just meet, go over the rule that we've seen, make comment as to whether or not there's concern with something. We can discuss that and take it from there. But I did review the rules from this last register, so I'm prepared to bring that up. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to do that or not, but I did look at it. So
I just also want to make sure that everybody knows that our meetings are public. So they will be occurring here, and they will be on the calendar, and we will probably refer to a rule because we have to refer to something on the calendar, right?
Yeah.
And that has to be ironed out too with the clerk.
right.
And I'll state further, I'm pretty sure that Gelcar usually only meets about once a month during the summer.
It meets once a month year-round.
Well, there
They'll
are
come each
times that
once
they
a
meet.
month or twice if our
Yes.
burden of our work burden requires it.
Right.
Maybe twice a month, year-round. Every month the Jelcar
But
meets.
during the summer, it's usually once a month, so it's
Well,
not
it's
going to be a
usually-
heavy burden.
It's
during the
usually
summer.
once a month anyway because we're able to get
Yeah,
through
we
our,
just
our
covered that.
If I could make a request that we conduct this meeting a little bit more intentionally, so we're not talking over each other, that would probably be good. It's kind of turned into just a conversation at the table. If we take turns, that would probably be good. Representative Likas, did you want to share something?
Yeah, I think Representative Guerrero made it, answered my question because I was going to ask if the committee as a whole had some way of finding out what rules the subcommittee was going to address in case we have an interest and if they're going to be in the calendar.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those situations where we're going to have to wait for the register to come out. It comes out Thursday afternoons, see what's in there, and then set a meeting with the rules listed for the one from the previous register. And then my assumption is the meetings won't be terribly long most of the time, so it'll probably be on the front end or back end of a committee, full committee meeting. So yes, Representative Godo.
So Representative Simon, would you kindly tell us what was in this week's report?
I would love to. Thank you for asking. So we had two rules, PLC 1700, which regulates the regulates professional bail bondsmen. It was just the initial publication calling for public hearing for input. We've never had professional bail bondsmen before, so this is a completely new thing. It was put under their purview last year. It was under insurance before that, so this is a new thing for OPLC to be handling. So they've put out a request for public input. The meeting is going to be early February. I think it was February 6th. And they haven't written anything on that yet, so there's really nothing to discuss. The second is PLC 1600, and that had to deal with the registration of nursing agencies, which we talked about a lot last year. Actually, let me pull that up. I did not see anything that was of concern. In fact, it was kind of nice to see some of the concerns we had last year kind of written in on page 3 of that, paragraph B. It says, understands and shall adhere to the obligations of RSA 326M3, namely, nurse agency shall not commit the services of a single nurse or licensed nursing assistant to more than one healthcare facility for the same time period or shift and cancel the commitment to a facility or compel that facility to bid again for services already promised it. 2, nurse agency shall not recruit potential employees on the premises of a healthcare facility. 3, nurse agency shall not change a healthcare facility charge a healthcare facility a higher amount based upon the presence in that facility of a communicable virus, except in the case of a state or local declaration of a public health emergency. And 4, nurse agencies shall not facilitate the placement of any licensed professional with a license that's been suspended. So I felt like that hit the intent that we were looking for. And then 4B deals with the 2-year renewal process, and the process following after that's 12 pages long, but following after that is dealing with suspended licenses and renewal licenses and all of that stuff. So I didn't see anything personally that raised any red flags. It seemed like they followed the intent and what we had put into the statute, but open for conversation on it. Okay. That's all of the work that I have for today, unless anybody has anything else or any other comments. Peter. Sorry, Representative Schmidt.
Matt, thank you, Representative. Let's not get too formal here. Anyway, so I have to give you a little bit of a tutorial here, because as you probably know, rules have the force and effect of law, right? And this is something which the legislature has agreed to, because the legislature is the body, the part of government that makes laws, right? So we have
One
given.
second, Peter. Is this something that has to be on record, or can we talk about it afterwards?
I'm sorry, say your question.
Does this have to be on record, or can we just talk about it afterwards? Because I know Jackie's got to go.
That's fine too.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to end the session on the subcommittee over. I don't know, what is it? Rules. It's not rulemaking. Okay, subcommittee on rulemaking, and we will reconvene after we look at the next register. Thank you.
Okay, so the idea is that the legislature gives up a portion of its power to the executive body to make rules which have the force and effect of law, which is the prerogative of the legislature, right? We do that in order to have the laws that we make successfully implemented, right? And the method of determining whether the rules are appropriate to implement the statute is that is the task and the objective of the JELCAR. One last bite at the apple, because once the rules are promulgated by the agency, right, in collaboration with the practitioners, and then they come to the JELCAR for oversight. Then the JELCAR has one last bite at the apple to say, do these rules actually implement the statute correctly, not exceeding legislative authority or violating legislative intent? Those are the fundamental main pillars of the JELCAR. But once a statute has been passed and the JELCAR has had its bite at that apple, then the legislature has no further oversight, because the executive body, they're the ones that's supposed to carry out the law, right? The governor and all of his administrative agency personnel, right? Their job is to implement that statute. And so to the degree that the rule comes back, that's why this is important, why I mentioned it's potentially unconstitutional. If the rule comes back to the legislature and is seen by any one of the policy committees, now we're exercising oversight over the executive body.
Yeah, and that's not what we're doing here.
Right.
So I would,
But we have to be mindful that it's a very delicate thing, and to the degree that the committee is acting to make pronouncements about that situation, then they are doing something that they have no real authority to do, because now one committee is acting on behalf of the legislature, and ordinarily it would have to be approved by the entire House.
and I think the intent. So two things. One, we're just watching pre-JELCAR before it even comes to you, so that we can inform people if they want to go to public testimony, so that they can testify publicly.
That aspect of it, I agree with.
Yeah.
If we're doing it before,
We're doing it before JELCAR. And then the second part would be part of I believe part of the intent of keeping people involved in the process is so that if we feel like the executive branch implements a rule that goes outside of the scope of the legislative intent, we can still correct that with future legislation. It would have to go through the whole process, but at least we're aware that it's happening so that we can address it with legislation. I think there was some concern that those things are just kind of falling through the cracks sometimes and not everybody's noticing. So they've just, as opposed to just having JELCAR look at it, the times that they look at it, they've added another pre-layer to it in all of the policy committees that have interaction with rulemaking, so that everybody is watching their own particular group of laws that they put into place and how they're being implemented in rules. And then they'll all still, after that process, they'll all still come to JELCAR and for that part of the process.
Well, one of
And then we're done.
one of the concerns has been, and this was enunciated back in the day when we had, you were definitely not on the committee at that point, but Tony and Diane and I were, was that the concern that some of the agencies are being heavy-handed.
Mm-hmm.
They are. This is maybe their idea is a good one, but there's no legislative authority for it, and they're out there kind of making up their own rules. And I know that Jeff Goldie, for example, you remember well, you don't because you weren't here, but Tony and Diane and I will remember with this incident about the restaurant out in Northwest someplace that had been I think an ice cream place. It was converted into a sugar. It was some kind of like
Well, we're not official. Yeah, we're not official at this point. We're just hanging out.
Yeah, it's a conflict between the plumbing code and the DES rules, and DES claiming that they get exceptions.
well, the thing is, it went from being an ice cream place where they were scooping out the ice cream and handing it to the customers. It became a clam shack. Now they were largely consuming the product in the restaurant, which required more bathrooms, all kinds of stuff, and you're putting stuff down. If you're frying clams, you're putting stuff down into the ground that's potentially harmful to the environment.
I don't think there are any people with clients inside this place.
I think you could, but anyway, the idea was that they prescribed a mammoth 1,000 gallon
Grease trap.
grease trap,
Which is way too big.
way bigger than necessary, and so forth.
I have heard about the grease trap. That's where this says, yeah.
Which actually accomplished something. But I was dealing with that. I joke with people. I deal with the high profile, sexy stuff. But actually, what happened was initially there was just pushback, but they ended up between the head of the building code review board and CES agreed to get together and come up with some solution to the problem, and they did, and they proposed some stuff. I had some comments on it, but it still wasn't going to work. And when they finally came up with the change in rulemaking and in training of the DS guys who go out, and they actually, I think, did the right thing, fortunately. And that place could have gotten a waiver, or could have gone with under the sink electric mechanic grease trap because they were generating so little. Rather than having a grease trap, you could almost put the entire staff.
Yeah, it's a huge grease trap.
Anyway, it was one thing where interim study is often, a death with dignity for Bill, but in this case, actually, it was useful.
Yep.
It can be useful. But anyway, that's.